One Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the SSL Playoff Round 1. Yet again, as always, my name is Cena. I'll be doing everything behind the desk here today. We have a very good matchup. It'll be CASTAWAY CC versus OPM Radiant. I'm excited. We've had some pretty good follow-up matches, but again, another BO3 means more games to watch. So let's see how this will play out. We have 3 maps ahead of us. The first will be Nighthaven Labs, with the second and the third following up with Lair and Fortress. 2 maps that are absolutely amazing to watch. I'm excited to see what these teams can bring into store for us to get themselves on the board, on the way to showing us who is ready to get the job done and push us to the max to get themselves into the quarterfinals, where they will be versing the 3rd overall seed. While we wait for these players to get themselves situated within the lobby, make sure to get your votes in by putting a 1 for OPM Radiant or a 2 for CASTAWAY CC, or it's the other way around. Check the pinned message on the Twitch, and we'll be back once this game is underway. Make our way into the game. Oh my god, a little bit of a technicality on my end. I did not see they said they were ready. One team had ready and then the other one was just, I thought they were asleep at the wheel, but it looks like they've actually found out how all chat works. But, I mean, it's a good day. Competitive siege on the board. The votes were split right down the middle, but towards the end, Castaway CC edge over and take a 66% over Radiant. Should be quite exciting. Quite exciting. I'm interested to see what these teams will bring to the board, considering Nighthaven Labs is arguably the most balanced map in the competitive pool as of now. And depending on how these teams play this out, it should be quite exciting. And I'm very interested to see how they'll kind of approach the ins and outs of this map. With so much left to do and the BO3 just starting, it surely cannot be hard to beat out what we saw yesterday, where an absolute dominant performance by Kusho, not what anyone expected, but eliminating NLG so early on just made this playoff series a lot more entertaining and a lot more confusing for players to understand on what the idea really is to get the job done. Love some appreciation sometimes from our players, who's also a caster. I mean, I could never. I could genuinely never. Click smokes, like, casts and plays. Let him go. More than appreciative when we see players give us our thanks for casting from time to time. But let's see how this will play out for them, because we need a lot more than good manners to win this game out. We know these teams have a very interesting point of view. And luckily for me, since we've made some interesting upgrades to our setup, not a viewership. What's the word I'm looking for here? I have an angle, there we go. That the viewers, the spectators are not going to have, which is a top-down bird's eye view of what's going on at all times, so I can better narrate what's going on. Pulse usually seen for sites like storage, but right now seems to also be applied to the uppermost floor. See how they'll operate within command. So much to do, and not really a lot of time to do it in for these attackers. We've seen a lot of teams kind of stall when it's come to executing in playoffs. I'm really unsure on what the idea has been, maybe because some recent changes have made a lot of defenders a lot more powerful to deal with in the midst of the game. And, oh, stun. Oh, stun. He did not get sniped out of the air, ladies and gentlemen. He fell off a cliff. The most annoying vault prompt in all of Nighthaven Labs grabs 80% of Stun's health in the earlier stages of the round, and now we'll have to continue to walk on eggshells until this round is over, because it's a rough decision. But sole truth is the truth with that P9, as Yura's head has been chopped off, and it looks like he takes the second gunfight. No joy. This team is hungry. They want more as the time goes on. Comb, the first toxic vape sitting on the right side of the IT door, waiting for any player to get carried away and swing into his crosshairs, but the bees will both affect Vizsla and pair up with the Jago payload to ensure that there is no easy remarks for this man to get where he wants. Now eating damage from the payload and then finished off by clicks. Now they push in softly into water to take control as this monster continues to push through. Abolish no longer has a C4, which means he can provide no value. Hello? Did you forget that there was a player waterfall? Almost a blunder. If Click Smokes didn't save your life, but he'll also come back to shoot you in the back. The entirety of the team springs into action. Clicks has his goods and his bads during this round, as he's found 3 kills, but has also found a 4th onto his own teammate, and Combe toys with him. 40 seconds left on the clock. The question is, what do you do inside a shorter time frame where you have the case and the player that you're versing has no more toxic babes left? Do you decide to A, push into the site, or B, try to stick out a plant and bait for that gunfight? Looks like none of the above, as Clicks needs to reevaluate the areas that he needs to push through, as Combe has a lot of HP and real estate of the map. All he has to do is continue to play Ring Around the Rosie. Calm as can be. Beautiful. And Omar gets in the all chat, also known as Crypto, also known as Omizi, to get that first round on the board with little to no hesitation after the midst of the round. An opening round. That's a dream for the defenders, because the more of a lead that you can build up, you add momentum per the round, and that creates pressure. Pressure? I was going to say it creates diamonds, but I was cringing before I even said it. Castaway CC. Now take the lead. You need to continue to snowball that effect as the rounds go on. And they are a team that has no problem applying that pressure, but they are very, very prone to having that circle back and fight from the backside. So right now they need to make sure they do not falter when provided the opportunity. Abolish went from playing denial to lurking in a rat spot and might be able to catch Stun off guard if nobody sends a drone into the kitchen side of the building to try to solve the problems. Abolish, all you have to do is just not move, and you're not going to be located by the drone. The foot was exposed for a fraction of a second, but Stun's going to repurpose it to go help out with the cargo side of utility, meaning this place is untouched right now. CC showing us a little bit of newer tech here. We know how much of an outward play they like to do on the map like Nighthaven, but we don't see them usually take storage and all the way up into IT as well. And it's going to pay off as they'll get rid of the global intel quite early on, but Vizsla's instantly met with the R4C to the face. Taking a minute off the clock and a refrag. Stunt gets rid of Crypto. And now you see that player wrapping around a cargo window. A 4v3 situation, but with Monty's sole purpose of being extended for 95% of this round, it'll be a 3-on-3, but the amount of pressure that he'll add in for his team and his players are more than important to get the job done here. Time slowly but surely ticks down against these players. And there's still so much to clear out, and they haven't even approached the site here. No boogie drones used to play vert until the 1 minute marker. Could be a little bit concerning for the overall integrity of this attack. Still lots left to do. Now, Abolish has been an absolute problem, but gets to reset the site. And the C4 connects on the head. Three all. As there's so much left to do in this part of the map, and you still have yet to access anything. Guys, it's time to wake up. You have half a minute left, and so much utility in stock against you. Pertinent to the round that you take EXO here and now before it crumbles against you. Time slowly but surely running down as you have 20 seconds left to either find a kill or swarm the site and force these players to make a mistake. Soul decides to go guns heavy, but gets swung off the angle by Abolish as he doesn't know he's sitting in that corner. Abolish goes big for the second. Now hungry for the third as JS is sprinting into EXO, but it could be to his impending doom. He'll take care of Abolish after a spray of panic. But there's no time as it expires in the red. Against Radiant, they'll go down 2 rounds. Still manageable, but damage control needs to be done. You need to go back to the drawing board to understand what the idea really is with the team that you're playing against. A game right now that's very dominated by one side. But 2 options to change the pacing, the shifting of this game. And they'll all present themselves on defense. Once, when the 3rd and final bans come in after this round. And again, when the halves switch. The main objective from here until that 6th split is to make sure you don't fall additional rounds to this team. Because the more momentum they can build past 3-0 is something you can't come back from. Past 3-0, you can't tie it up until you switch on to their opposing side. So, if you finish 4-2, that's quite common for a map like Nighthaven, but if you fall to 5-1 or 6-0, it's not going to be fun, as we saw in yesterday's playoff game where, I mean, we saw Kusho take a 5-1 lead at one point, and they struggled, yes, but they went to OT and they won it there, and then the second map, they took a 6-0 half and they won it up 7-0. So, both circumstances, they built so much of a snowball effect that their opposing team could not handle it. Same precedent probably applies to this game as well. Same idea is used with the boogie drones with the assistance of getting into IT by 2 can openers. But now there's a lot more layering that works to this site. The advantage, though, is now Radiant does not have to tackle another extra floor because the site this time is on the mid floor, not the basement. But they do have to worry about any defenders lurking in the basement waiting to play for a C4, which right now doesn't seem to be the case, as Stunt will clear this entire floor by himself, while the Deimos will aid from the external breach. Time slowly but surely is ticking down. Now you may be wondering why not a single attacker has the case. It's because it's been left default outside the plant to allow a player to circle back and retrieve it, which it will be the Ying in this situation. Now Yuri has 4 magnets to use for the remainder of the round, and a C4 as well. Wamai, with his newest buffs, has become one of the most reliable defenders in the game. And if you can continue to use him correctly, because attackers have absolutely no choice but to get aggressive and deal with the circumstances of all of those projectiles being zapped out of the sky. Now we get to the 1 minute mark. Still, nothing for OPM Radiant, but they have been doing a lot of pre-work to get the job done here. Yuri now learning what it means to not have your magnets down and the Deimos downstairs to do damage control, but the plant's fully gone down. Blitz taken care of, meaning your crowd control is gone. Abolish swarms to cover for Omizu while he gets into the site. Crypto, you have so much left to do. The vert is important, but so is the person who's dropping down to the window to get the job done here. Now, Kibas are not in store to make sure that you can cover this window temporarily, but you have time to get your teammate up. Another player rotates onto the storage window. That res was for absolutely nothing as Combe loses his support beam soon after. Such a tall task, but you need to do it by either addressing the player on the window or the verticality. But in this case, they're both going to be a problem to deal with. Combe, in this situation, we know you're a miracle worker, but you just can't do anything with all of these players circling, hungry to get their chunk of the pie. Taken off the board at last after being shot in the arm. OPM Radiant will grab their first after a beautiful execute on the board. Castaway maintain the lead right now, but are unable to get a perfect cycle of site wins, meaning parameters have reset, unlocking their first win on defense, which was all the way upstairs in command and servers. Meaning you guys need to kind of redo exactly what you just did for the first 3 rounds, but if you win all of them, you walk away with a 5-1 split, putting you 1 round away from match point as you head into the attack, giving you a 4-round buffer between both sides. See how this will get to play out as teams have such a tall order ahead of them. Time slowly but surely ticking down on OPM Radiant if they cannot strike back and grab the lead up. But as of now, if this is correct, per my understanding, OPM Radiant picked this map, and then CC picked into our next map, which will be Lair. They'll also start on the defense, and then Fortress is the decider that will be decided via differential rounds on who decides on what part. So I'm excited to see how that'll play out. First pick of Roora all game and all series so far. We've had 3 days back-to-back with a playoff match, which amazing for the game. Not so great for the vocals, but we die for Siege. We love it, and this is why it's always covered on my channel. These teams are always hungrier, and no matter the platform that I am privileged to watch on, it looks like these teams continue to innovate every single time that we see them. Now, Castaway CC have a history of momentum swaying in their favor, and the second they lose it, they kind of hit a brick wall all flat. And just like a cartoon, they cannot regain that momentum unless it's practically gifted back to them. Let's see how this will play out for them. If you are interested in Siege merch, we've just recently released some newer shirts, part of the edition with Operator Specialties. You have everything you could want, from shields, Jaegers, ADSs, everything in between. Now Crypto, in an interaction with the Ro'Ora, will be the one that loses the majority of the health. Ever since she's received the XKAR, has one of the heaviest hitting, if not the heaviest hitting AR in the game. Now they have to make a decision on who to swing and where. They tried to team up on the double swing, but those Ro'Ora barricades take a long time to open ever since her most recent buff. And Soul will take full advantage of that as Vizsla is taken down with a C4 in the pocket. And now it springs into action as OPM Radiant clean up everybody that's extended out of sight. 2 more left. And the attackers join forces in connectors, and they'll have the blitz to reinforce that attack. My God, a tang of beauty as they're all sat in fixed spots of the map, and the players fall right into their hands. CC playing checkers on that round, and Radiant chess. They'll tie it up, and they barely had to move. The unlocked key was just a Ro'Ora, and it worked beautifully. Back upstairs we go. All tied up now. The very extended hold is supposed to be a lot more distracting for OPM Radiant, as it worked in the first tertiary site when we went to storage, but only temporarily, as these players were picked apart one by one. It worked on their basement, but that was it. And now they have so much more left to do. They need to be able to do damage control, because you do not want to be going down in a deficit, especially when you start off on the defense. CC, we know you're capable of a lot. Now, this is up for debate. Players can correct me, and even chatters can have their input in this. But I do feel that having 8 players can sometimes mix up the chemistry on your team, because you're so used to playing with a 5-stack when you're scrimming. And then with a snap of an eye, that is counteracted by the moving pieces of a puzzle. Could work for some teams, but we do know that circumstances change. Some players cannot be available at all times, so you're fixed to mitigate the circumstances. A 5v5 with players that don't play together all the time is a lot better than a 4v5 with players that play all the time, because that advantage is just so needed. But right now, it just depends on what we see. But these players, the core of this team, have been playing together for a while, being Vizsla, Crypto, and Abolish. Crypto, unfortunately, leaving this team soon. But still, he's playing for this to get them further into the playoffs. So, being able to use them as well in the newer adds, the fresher blood being Freeway Yuri and Comb, who have consistently, time and time again, proved themselves to be assets, not liabilities to this team. I do think they can find joy, but for a team like Radiant we've seen previously, they can call out an opposing team's bluff very easily. On layer, we've seen how powerful they play and how reliant they are on shield operators to establish pressure. We haven't seen a round where a shield was absent, and that could be an issue. But the second these players get to learn how this playstyle is going to affect their team, they can unlock the key to ridding of the pressure on the shields, and they'll find joy. Monty, the main, is already gone. This isn't the new season, guys. There's no operator that directly counts the shields. You need to be able to just work with it. Now, Zofia looking to use the 3 big booms in her advantage, but we'll get verticality in the meantime, and to make matters worse, Stunt rubs salt in the wound by getting a pick exterior to the breach, and just decides to hop on a drone, nonchalant as ever, to establish more pressure. Now, Soul Troop gets another one, follows up the kill. 2-man advantage now, and just a minute left. As CC starts to crumble from within. this site becoming more and more difficult by the second to hold down. The player seems to be aware that there's somebody waiting in electrical to add to the pressure, but Combe needs to get out because he hears that shield operator. But Clicks needs to retreat, pick up that case, and reestablish the ideas on how to get back in. Time slowly but surely continues to tick down as Radiant are making sure they don't overheat, but traps are still there for CC to rely on. This C4 will be the biggest factor, or it could just be Crypto, as he will get a double, and Combe will build up that pressure and get that triple, make it a double for him as well, leaving JS in another 1vx, and somehow, someway, CC are able to clean things up. Not a round you expected them to win, but guess what? That's why they're qualified. That's why they're here. They'll take the lead, restraining Radiant from snowballing the effect of winning 2 back-to-back rounds, and 1 more for CC. They're looking at a default 4-2 split. Not what you expected to see. Now damage control needs to be done by Radiant. But as of now, nothing shows them as a team who's committed to the pushes. They've had a good run so far, and now they just need to double down, as we know what they want to do, but they are not committing to their pushes. Now, a term that is very commonly mixed up with the other is commitment to hesitancy. And right now, it's a little bit of both from Radiant. I don't know how to feel about it, to be honest. They're very composed, but sometimes too much composure can lead to a loss of a round. They waited after that 5v3 pick to establish a form of pressure, but even then the 3-2-1 was not there. All players had different counts in their heads, allowing Crypto to just swing out and absolutely destroy these players. And right now, CC, only 3 players are firing on all cylinders. The rest, a little slower to wake up, but we know what they're capable of, meaning if CC can unlock that factor by the halftime, then OPM Radiant are going to have to start to worry, as their leaderboard looks a lot more spread out, and putting everything on the board, they're still down around. A lot left to question and lots left to do. A little interested to see how OPM Radiant will address this upcoming round. Looks like absolutely nothing of the sort, as Crypto taking full advantage that you can just use a keyboard to click T and get into the all chat, as he's just ripping it up from within, getting kills and typing simultaneously. I mean, an icon, Crypto. Good buddy of mine, and he'll look to continue to tear things up from within, distracting the entire attacking force to get the job done here. Even if he falls, you see Abolish lurking in the back. Finally, after 3 players, we'll get rid of him. Abolish will spring into action, but unfortunately doesn't have the tang of surprise that he wanted. Tipping the scales into the favor of OPM Radiant, making this a little bit troublesome. But no causes for concern yet, as nearly 2 minutes have been burned off the clock, and OPM Radiant have yet to approach the site, mold it to their liking, and use the utility to establish points of pressure that will make these defenders make mistakes. Looks like JS is waiting for somebody to get aggressive upstairs, but guess what? There's no presence there. It's Combe in cargo. And Yuri sitting in cafeteria. Get rid of the shield operator and retreat back to site is all you can really hope for, but it looks like he has a general idea of what's going on here. You see the drone, its silhouette in the back, looking for the player, and it will finally. But you guys are wrapping around. You don't have enough assistance to be looking for this player, as now Combe is located, forcing these attackers to abandon their overall roam clear. First melee worked against the player, but guess what? The second doesn't. Combe rids of the shield operator and gets to live to tell the tale. Cannot say the same for Yuri. But this becomes problematic for this team as there's still a mirror against them, a C4 in the hand, and a full intact mirror. Now Vizsla deciding to use the C4 to get rid of the boogie drone and maybe find a kill in the meantime, but it doesn't look like utility will be needed to get rid of the first player. Is anchored down to make sure no one plants. A little too easy on the denial. Just seek refuge and the round is yours. Exactly what Vizsla does. Was hungry for the kill, but it does not matter. A beautiful round from CC to establish a 4-2 split as they'll now occupy the attack. We bring it back. A very chaotic but eventful first half, and now these teams look to continue to approach an interesting idea on how this game should be played out. Excited to see what this team has to offer on the defensive side. It's crazy to see that this meta has shifted so much that sometimes you'll see teams rather leave Mira on the board than allow the breaches to get open or denied. Both ways this is applicable, considering we see so much denial and wall openers. There we go. Just looking for the word. Coming to a ban effect. Now an eventful first couple of rounds here for CC, but they'll be able to kind of bring back the pacing that they once needed after the first couple were a little dicey. Their first 2 rounds were beautiful, but then the following rounds got a little shaky. They're able to stop, stabilize, and win a little too. So it's been 2 for CC, 2 for OPM Radiant, and then 2 right back in the favor of CC in a linear fashion, meaning the snowball effect is not going to be kind of in effect here. Not judging correctly on where the Zoto canister will go, making it a little bit harder. Now, sole understanding on where the player outside the breach is, but if you throw that C4, it's good as useless with that Zoto canister as it would freeze instantly. Vizsla gets to live to tell the tale, but this player jiggle peeking. Could be an interesting round with how this is played out. No clash seen by OPM Radiant, and that colors me surprised as we saw how effective they were on layer in the group stages when we last casted them. Make them a lot more effective. Now Vizsla making his presence known. Tagging up this Tabaro multiple times, and somehow Soul is able to win that with barely any HP to work with after the fact. And Comb hits the 3 big booms successfully. Oh, it really is beautiful when you see it work. Clicks gets rid of Comb in the meantime, as he's downstairs in lounge, but instantly is there. Traded out as he'll headshot Abolish, but Abolish has enough damage to take him down. Who is present to drop, get the res off, and bring him back to life? 2v4, make it a 2v3, a pseudo 2v2, considering Clicks is down, and these players cannot afford to drop and get him up now. C4 comes into effect, will not tag, and Tabaro still gets up and swings. The set on this man to have with 0 HP next to his name, it's insane. But luck won't strike 3 times back to back. as the blood runs out on the player downed in lounge, and Tabaro can no longer hold on. 2-5 is the scoreline, as now Castaway CC activate, and Crypto continues on the mental warfare, as his team is now one shy away from the match point. Very entertaining series right now, but it looks like CC has the edge out on this team, as CC just continue to apply the pressure, and Radiant yet to respond. This could be a problematic front for this team. We see how back to pressure we see Radiant respond with. Their backs against the wall right now. It doesn't look like they're really responding to much. Needs to be reevaluated for the second map. Otherwise, this will be a one-sided fashion through and through. But sometimes we see a little bit of interesting ideas on how this plays out, and maybe another team will just swoop on in, apply that pressure, and win this out, even if they've lost the first. Aqua looking a little underprepared. Warden not having a shield, but not really concerned about that. More concerned about the two softballs behind him. Either a rotate, reinforced wall, or a reinforced wall and a rotate. Varies on how you really like to play it and the angles you want to leave in the sight, because once a player abandons that area, it's a little bit harder, but we beg to differ. Breach now slowly but surely being opened up, and JS comes in with the same mirror. Again, not ridding of anything. Both of them activated in a C4 to get rid of in the meantime. Beautiful util waste here by Vizsla, even if it is unintentional. And an extra head hole evaluated by the mirror that was once there. Now Soul occupying the same exact area that he did previously. Still on a very difficult angle to contest if you don't have the exact comm on where he is, but decides to get aggressive. Swings out, wins the gunfight onto Vizsla. This player is simply exceptional. Now using the Zodos. Almost gets finished off by a Twitch drone, but he manages to survive. Stunt gets rid of Yuri, meaning both your execution ops are off the board. Another C4 wasted off the board, and Abolish almost had the kill, but the mirror is able to seek refuge easier. Vizsla not having the strongest of games, but still contributing to the utility leaderboard, allowing these attackers to make more progress towards the site, especially when time is scarce. Time slowly but surely runs down against CC, but they've evened things up, and they've established key points to establish a choke point into the site. Abolish, no matter how many vacations this player can take, he is simply unreal. Opens up the site, hits a gap, finds a double for his troubles. And Crypto swoops in and finds the instant refrag, putting CC on match point. Radiant, you're going to need to try a little harder if you want to find joy. This is playoffs. You're given second and third chances. But this is simply not acceptable for the way this plays out. Quite shocked to see the scoreline. I thought Radiant would put up a fight, especially after those 2 rounds of beauty that they showed us on the opener. But right now, they are absent-minded. They are not here to play. It's evident in their play style, but the good thing about Siege is comebacks are always possible. have not won a round for 4 continuous back-to-back. They have the opportunity to strike back and hit the hearts of this team. But that is only if they're up to the task, and right now no timeout has been called by the coach, and I guess the captain 2 clicks, to establish some form of idea on what they want to do. Stunt now having to deal with the pressure coming in from the double head-on. Now equipped with an ACOG, allowing longer ranged gunfights to be equipped, but cannot lose control of this area of the map because it herds you towards either storage, where you can get pressed in from all sides of the map, or it forces you back down EXO, making this a lot harder to deal with in the long run, considering you need Goyo for both the utility that is all placed in the site and the gun that he provides as of now. Now Clash is finally brought out here, and if this is the only round win that they find, I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. Clash turns Radiant into an absolutely amazing team. It makes them lethal. And it's exactly what we saw in later. They were going to beat out on the pacing, but the second they switched onto that player, we saw clicks on that Clash all those weeks ago turn into an animal. It's become a lot more feasible to bring this back down. Now JS getting involved, but it has a Jago payload to take this gunfight at face value as he looks to reset the phone. Declines it. What did you think was going to happen? You know the player's there. You know where he occupies. You didn't expect him to push, and that's understandable. They've now taken pivoted positions to plant their feet, wait, and force these mistakes. Now the Clash needs to either eat the call or take this gunfight. Now Comb is rid of the player that sits in storage, which could temporarily take the attention off of the shield operator, but it doesn't seem to do so. Soul taking little bits of damage, but these impacts are a death sentence if they are in abundance, but they aren't. The stuns, though, temporarily move the shield over to the side. Icy has a large task and needs to deny this plant. Where's the intel? Where's the main idea? You still have the Vert being established against you, and you went for a gunfight that doesn't work in your favor. Vizsla planting with absolutely no utility to go against him because of the crosses established on the breach. Leaving a 6-man post situation. Stunt gets rid of Abolish, but Soul Truth is barely clinging on to life, and Vizsla needs to win this gunfight, but just can't find joy. Flames will burn until the 10-second marker on the case, and you're outside the breach makes this a lot more difficult, especially with Crypto upstairs to dump flashes once those ticks on the timer are heard out. All quiet on the western front from the player upstairs, and I don't think they're aware of it. The Clash looks to go for the defuse, but is unaware of the player, but he can't see it. Needs the floor bang. Beautiful idea. But the frag is actually what gets rid of that player. Could have been disastrous. But map 1 is over in the blink of an eye before it really starts. And some toxicity in the chat comes through. Map 2, Comb not too happy about me for some reason. I don't know what I did. But a very dominant performance from CC. I mean, I was gonna glaze, but then like I get disrespected. I mean, somebody said, screw you, bring the mustache back. Guys, it wasn't optional. But anyways, a beautiful showing of display from CC to get that first map underway. I mean, I don't know what we can expect from the opponent team on layer, considering this is such a one-sided game. And is Radiant here to put up a fight, or is it a facade? I'm excited to see. Map 2 awaits us. Let's get the players into the lobby, and we'll be back after a swift break. One-sided affair on the first map puts us in a little bit of a daze. 9 rounds total, and only 2 of them went to OPM Radiant. I'm Cino, and today we are running the SSL Round 1 playoffs. We've done 2 out of the 3 matches before this. This is the 3rd, and then tomorrow we'll have the 4th matchup of the series. Both these teams fighting to get into the quarterfinals. A very good day, a very amazing day once we see the fact that it's always a playoff day. Now, Layer is the map ahead of us, and I'm quite curious to see how this team will play this out. As always, you always have the opportunity to get onto the on-screen graphics by voting, by either putting a 1 or a 2 into the chat. Have a great idea. We'll see how this plays out. Get yourself on the board, participate, and we will be back after these players are fully situated into the lobby. bring it back. Post-break later. Map 2 will be the idea here, and I'm excited to see what this team has for us in the second map. I do hope it is a better display on how teamwork could potentially give them the upper hand. If it isn't, then we might see another one-sided affair that forces the end of this game. Lot left to do for OPM Radiant, but the task's a little bit smaller now for CC, bite-sized and within viewing distance. Excited to see what they'll bring to the board. Knowing how this played out for the teams that have versed against OPM Radiant before, we know this is a particularly strong map for them. Hopefully they're able to kind of put up the same performance. Otherwise, hey man, a one mapper that's so one-sided and then another one that follows up the same way, I mean, not really what you want to see. Not a single player spawned there? I'm trying to guess. Did not work out for me. No spawn peaks as of now on any of the ideas. No runouts either. Making this approved to run out without getting absolutely demolished. Whoever goes on to win this goes on to play La Linea, a team who did not lose a single game in their group stages until they had to play their final stage with a player down. Still securing top 4 seed though. Carolina Castaway versus 5.2 tomorrow will also dictate who will go on to play the last quarterfinal against the Yardigans, who also have a bye because of their amazing nature on winning that game out. Now, arguably, having a lower seed in a global standings makes you play the hardest of teams. So, Kusho having to play against NLG and then followed by that Wild Boys makes it a lot harder, really, to deal with some of these players. I'm interested to see how this kind of plays out for them in the quarterfinals, and then we have the semis, so lots of fun things to go around now. Lots really left to do in this situation, and interested to see how these teams are here to play this out. Verticality being established to ensure that this one cannot occupy the main stairs. Is going to have to either go downstairs and contest that player personally or fall back upstairs and have the comfort of the site behind him. Looks like it will be the latter, as life is too sacred for this player to give up easily. Time continues to run down against these players, and Blitz has been able to establish a good amount of real estate, but needs to be able to back that up with a kill. Not a good part where you've already lost a hard breacher to double down, but this has gotten rid of another player, but Soul is here. But you cannot give a player your back in ops. What did you expect to happen? Yuri gifted an olive branch and takes full advantage of it, but Icy strikes back and rids of Vizsla. Closes the deficit down to 1. And the players are now essentially feeding Radiant. And they're now healthy. Global health, OPM Radiant stands a little bit more powerful and taller than CC. But the case is left loose and time is not in their favor, putting CC into the advantage. They now just need to back it up by playing the time. Crypto still has a Toxic Babe and another one placed on top of the door, so when an attacker tries to run in, they'll be ticked off the damage and possibly disoriented, unaware of his location. 15 seconds remain. Yuri doing the first preliminary shots of damage. He'll get it down for his troubles. JS is in a world of his own. Where are you going, bud? Check the corners. Is 101 of Siege. The plant didn't even try to go down. It's too easy. As CC continue to wreak havoc. And Radiant, still no responses. Could be another one-sided affair. But for Radiant's hope, for their efforts, you better hope that something changes in these upcoming rounds. We'll head down to the basement after CC have little to no opposition after the turmoil in the middle of the round. In such a tall order ahead of the players on Radiant, as the advantage continues to double down. The snowball effect continues to take effect. There's so much left to do. Oh, Radiant, I really hope you wake up because I need to see Fortress before this night ends. Very shield-oriented team. Evident when they lose their shields, there's a lot left to kind of consider. Maybe it's time to go in another direction or double down and maybe bring a Blitz and a Blackbeard, as they're both allowed. And Monty off the board kind of puts this in your favor, but the main idea right here should be to not lose a more than, let's say, or equal to a 3 advantage. As if it does happen, CC have the cat in the bag, as both the advantage would be going against them, and so would everything else. Such a large task at hand, and I really hope that they can resolve their issues before the halftime. By placing the shield on the back, you have less Qs. You have a shield operator with you. You also can evade Solus on her IO scanner. But none of that will matter because it'll be Sol who opens this up and rids the Vizsla. A minute 20. So the main roamer's gone and the regenerative Q's gone, as well as a win in the books of Radiant. Now they just need to maintain this lead and build up the progress round by round. Second by second. Hopefully get rid of any traps that work against them. As you see those Rotaro charges flying in, they'll get rid of cameras, Vulcans. The only thing you cannot directly counter is those toxic babes, and unfortunately it's just across the room from you. Meaning anything can happen at any point, and the second these players take that position of stock, you have to be aware from all the angles that could possibly be against you. Time slowly but surely lurking down, and Vizsla continuing to circle all the cameras. Has warehouse infiltration still intact, which means both flanks can be watched, and the Snake, who is lurking, could be located. The Grizzle gives up his position, and now time starts to tick down against this team. It looks like the go button will be in through stock. First player hits the ground, but unfortunately it's the shield operator, and it's the one with the case. Means he has to tread on eggshells. Flix looks for a place to plant, but is forgetting that his feet are evident. The entire site turns into a bloodbath for any player that drops. A sea of blue, then orange. It'll go both ways, but not before all of the teammates on Radiant but Icy expire in the middle of the site, trying to get the plant down, giving them the 2-0 lead, and Radiant, with their blitz idea completely gone, and forced to pivot yet again after a failed attempt at catching this team on the back heel. So much to say, not enough time to say it in. Maybe it's time for these players to continue to adjust, or maybe it's time to call a timeout, as right now it looks like nothing is working for this team. Time and time again, they look to say something, approach something that could give them the upper hand, but it's just not there. Could mean the end of this map if they don't clean up their act. Sure hope not. One round shy from the full cycle, where the uppermost floor site will be unlocked again. Meaning this is the opportunity to cut these players off in the progression that they've had overall. Now slowly but surely, time will tick down against this team, and it looks like Ops is the main idea here. Abolish is caught on the Soliton radar as all of these players begin to approach their initial take. They know they need to clear top down to ensure there is no easy denial of the plant. You can only imagine Stun goes exterior to the breach to build up, but not great when your first pick is Ying and you need all of those Candels. But Vizsla is instantly refragged by the player that occupies outside of the windows, playing on a very difficult rappel to oppose. CC know better not to give the bodies away, and will now just take positions where they'll remain stationary to run this time down. Track Stingers are being shot in their tracks while they deploy, because they know how important it is to get rid of all of those pieces of utility that could assist the attack in deterring this team from playing together. Just below 90 seconds on the clock, Radiant begin to make their final approach to clearing this part of the building out. Icy will get rid of Abolish, but it's not helpful when you have a shotgun in the close range against you, but Crypto just can't get the second shot off. A 1v4, another dominant performance from Radiant on the round that could be the split. They just need to maintain it now. They don't have a lot of health to work with on the two players that could be holding choke points. Leaving only one upstairs, and it will be enough. As Comb has no idea where these players are. They all escaped to cover the buddy in sight, and it'll work out perfectly. As now Radiant grab their first round, close the deficit to 1, and hopefully this is the turning point to establish some form of pressure. Otherwise, it's just pennies in a bucket, and we'll just reset the progress for CC. No Mira and no Snake for the final bans on the defensive campaign of CC. Now not having to deal with the global intel operator, but it will also be more difficult to have those one-ways go. So much to do. Question is, how much time do you think you guys have to work with? Because slowly but surely you'll realize that momentum has an expiration date, and CC right now is flying high, as they currently have a 9-3 round record, almost 3 times the pressure that Radiant has been able to build over the course of 2 maps. Meaning if this continues down just one way, this could be a disaster. And hopefully they'll figure out what is going on behind the scene soon. Otherwise, this might be a washed out bet. Not much to the push as either team looks to continue to get themselves into pivotal positions of the building and ensure that they can find joy when it presents itself. Abolished now finding first blood and gets rid of JS. And Comb follows up and gets rid of Soul. Seems to play out very differently than it did on Nighthaven, where it was just an exchange of 2 rounds at a time on the defensive half of CC. They continue to cut through this attack like butter. Not a single piece of utility has been used against this team. They cannot break it through ops. And that is a pinpoint of pressure as there's so much left to do, and really the time continues to expire against you. But finally, Abolish goes down due to a beautiful piece of work by Clicks to utilize his air traps. Now 90 seconds remain, and still a 2-man advantage for CC, and there's really not much to do considering they're just giving up all points of easy access for this team. Remaining 2 attackers will group up. Icy needing to be more careful than his counterpart, as he currently sits at 50 HP, and knowing this CC team, they'll continue to throw everything they have at him until he expires. And will make their way over up through missile stairs and hope that nobody's there waiting, but there's always going to be something. A player waiting to get his angle onto the overhang, and Comb occupying bathroom for whoever walks up, but it might not even come to that as Crypto has come into action looking for his double. But we'll just get rid of the player that was not healthy. A 1-on-3. Clicks has the case, but still, so much left to do. Not a lot of time. To make matters worse, the defenders know exactly where you are. The question is, what is he going to do about that? Has broken 2 kills in this round, but the stronghold of CC is just too powerful. The all hell of the external hold of just getting very aggressive off of site has worked for them, and it looks like they'll continue with that path because they look to take another 2-round lead. They're only losing it for 2 minutes. CC, with little to no effort, continue to just sweep things up. I mean, Comb, dude. I mean, buddy. Do you realize that I'm the player that, or not player, I'm the person who can like hype you up in the chat. I can say everybody go watch Comb like I did when I first casted you, or I can just decide to slowly but surely deter players from watching you ever, or I'll just never spectate you again. Let's think about this one, Comb. What? Who said that? Lots of things left to do in this game for both sides. The CC do have their flaws. I mean, specific areas of the map do go unnoticed, leaving gaps, but right now they make up for those gaps by getting insanely aggressive on other sides of the map when they realize where the main focal point is. And Crypto just aura farming. Now, if you don't know how this spawn peak works, essentially you just stick your face in through this, and out the other side is a player crossing from bricks into wherever they like to go. But unfortunately for you, Yuri, not a single player is here. Gotta respect the commitment to just sticking your face out of a drone hole. Sure, that'll work for him in a couple of minutes when he realizes no one is there. All quiet on the western front while OPM Radiant, again, just takes their time to do everything that builds up to a proper and cohesive attack. But, I mean, aggressive players will be the bane of this team as the hatch is left soft, but that's not who you have to worry about right now, because the second you open up that hatch, it lets everybody know where you are, and the comms become more amplified as audio travels better through broken hatches. Looks like a full push into filtration, and Freeway hears this and decides to get out of dodge while he still can. Also burn the utility. Now the Blitz does have prisms to deal with. That's easily countered by a one shot from the P12. He can decide to peel off or continue to meet the pressure, but looks like they'll come to a standstill as Clix knows walking down without a buddy could mean certain death. Now finally, vertical is starting to be established as all players have been pushed back down into site or rooms adjacent to it. 70 seconds remain. And time continues to tick down against Radiant as they've yet to find a pick. And Ying taking full advantage of the fact that you can place Candelas on barricades or any surface of that matter. Instantly deploys and nothing yet. Half have been depleted, but they're still sent in through the drone holes to ensure full flashes. As Clix does take all of filtration, but guess what's the case? Where is it? Icy isn't even close to the site. The kid is left top filtration, and they have half a minute to solve all of these problems. But right now, JS will just continue to take these kills off. Get rid of this Blitz. It could mean lights out for this team. That Spear Operator holds so much value for this team. But there's a choke point established from Stock, and the last Candela is finally utilized. The plant looks to go down. Who's there to deny? It looks like nobody right now because he's free to do what he wants. A seeming double kill on Stock. Diffuser goes down, and all of the players fall as a flawless round leaves Radiant successful. They'll take a 4-2 split. CC not too adamant about reading into that play, but one more round and we'll either have a default 4-2 or we'll be all tied up at the half. Trying to get an idea of what they're trying to pull off here, but seeing Abolish on the Vigil makes this a lot more problematic than the original push. And you're right, even if he does fall, 3 prisms accompanied by a Mute Jammer makes this hold a lot more solid than it was previously. Possible that this turns into an absolute bloodbath infiltration if the same attempt is tried. Better hope it isn't. As now we'll have Stunt approach Warehouse, of all places. Making this a little bit interesting to see how this will be played out. Time is very important for these guys, and knowing how certain things play out, it sometimes just does not convert. But JS has activated as was a consistent player on Nighthaven Labs, left in 1vx's, couldn't prevail, but this time is the second time in a row where he can find the first picks and can build off of that. Given this team takes their sweet time to make sure that all avenues are cleared up before they push into it. Minute 45 left on the clock. Flicks, the first one to get a kill after that first pick. Getting rid of Freeway, and they'll start to layer on the pressure. A team that looks completely rejuvenated since the sights have switched, but finally Comb has an answer. Seems like they know where the Denaris are, but a big blunder from Crypto. As Clicks knows where to look for the Denaris. Beautiful read, or maybe a piece of intel that gave that away, but there's a lot left to do. You need to use those Vulcans in your favor. Otherwise, this is a disastrous push for you without them in your favor. Now you'll alleviate the pressure from one side of the map. Now Fire, keeping this player out on stock. Need to detonate the first Vulcan, will do so. Clicks decides to evacuate, not push further. But in the meantime, the breach will be opened up here. And they know this. Trying to get rid of Icy, and the player that watches the filtration cross all at once just makes it so difficult. Eventually leading to the death, tying it up. 3-all. OPM Radiant looking different as a new team, not allowing CC to run away with the lead, and to the bans we go. Back into action we go as Radiant are now on the defending side of things. The kind of a flip of a coin, and hopefully this will be a different idea of the how they'll play. Maybe it'll be the former self of what we just saw on their attacks, where it's just straight, concise points of pressure that force mistakes out of their opposing team. Could be absolutely inspirational if they bring this back and force a map 3. But that's a tall order ahead of them. Don't push their limits. Aside from the mirror, it looks to be a relatively similar play. I have never seen this vert before. Where is the other mirror? What? Now color me so... Whoa. Color me surprised. Usually see the mirror in the hallway that creates a choke point, but I guess not this time around. Meaning the players can push display a little bit more freely, opposed to what could have been. And that being said, if they do push into display, that also allows this player to get a lot more aggressive. And as you can see, that is exactly what happens. Vizsla tries to get an easy pick, but no bueno. Falls back while his teammates look to get in below and take the original points of pressure, but Clicks falls first after an interaction with Trui, leaving him at 1 HP. Damos given a second chance at life after struggling to break that barricade for so long. 90 seconds off the board. JS instantly finds another kill. 4 rounds consecutive where this player has found an opening pick. Needs to keep this up if you want that comeback against this team and take the lead for the first time in the entirety of the series. Otherwise, it's over. As we get closer to a minute, this team looks to get hungrier and hungrier. But Utility continues to get starved out. CC need to push site, all while not falling to this crazy roamer who has the intel, has the knowledge of the map to be able to work the ins and outs without being detected. Now Yuto sent in, yet to find the warden that's in offices, but it takes off a good majority of Stunt's health. And the call comes into the wrong operator, and Soul is getting rid of the bees and the pressure that was coming in from display. Almost gets his head chopped off in response, but will lose the Jago payloads in the meantime. Oh, Radiant, you're looking completely different. I told you, Layer, it was going to be a harder game for them, as they'll wake up looking like a shell of their former selves on their first map, claiming the lead for the first time ever. And CC need to respond before this gets out of hand, otherwise we'll need all 3 maps. Color me surprised, this Castaway CC look completely different. Looks like the pressure's gotten to them. And now they need to prove that they want to close this out within 2 maps. Otherwise, Fortress is on the board and that's anyone's game. Curious to see what the comms look like for either side, but excited nevertheless to see what these teams have for a main idea. Crypto first to touch boots into the building. Aside from Vizsla, who's already in as well. Occupied good choke spots. But Crypto, eyes on him because he's the one that can find the key to the map. Can either Lurk hit the player that plays Pillar or Green Stairs, or could hit the site directly and take care of whoever's in there, making it a different avenue to pursue. Barbed wire is present. No Razor Bloom though. But JS, again, 5th round consecutively, he's able to find the first pick. Now Crypto still just taking his sweet time in establishing site pressure, but it seems like his location has been given up on the arm of Stunt. He's going to give away his location. It's an easy first pick. Crypto now has all of the site and can and will just look up and fire bullets when he sees a player cross the wrong area, tread on the wrong track, and has 4 calls to support that idea. Comb also rotating to the main breach. There's no pressure right here, as this team occupies different ideas on how to play this out. Warden will be the first to help his team out and eat the first payload. He'll hang up instantly. But now, every single time that this Dokkaebi sporadically calls in a call, we'll have 1 gun down temporarily if a player decides to reset. Now, hatch control is going to be a very big deciding factor on how this plays out. Abolish does have smokes, but don't really want to risk it here and can utilize them on the vertical areas of the map. No Solus, meaning you can get into the cubby and stick a plant here. These defenders will turn into attackers if so. First set of smokes used out here, meaning it's Freeway to be able to help his team by just sit upstairs and distract for as long as possible. But the Flames, they're gonna TK. Buddy, you have to stop planting. Freeway gets rid of Icy. Close range Soul just can't win the gunfight. You won't get a chance that close again to take back sight. A blunder as the smoke slowly but surely took his health away tick by tick. He thought he had enough time, but by milliseconds he was off. Abolish is the next to touch ground. Freeway will get rid of clicks. We're close to the red time, and you've now lost the only cross that you have. Soul will finish him off. Need to win this gunfight directly, or Freeway needs to get rid of the player on the Mira. They're in choke spots. Abolish will win his gunfight. He can hold his own, but it's a 1v1, and you don't know where the plant's going down, but it's in the middle of the room. Mind you, you think it's on default. Abolish running circles around you. An ingenious way to plant, knowing that there's no rotate and just some holes in the wall. Minimal audio, except for the keyboard and the clacks as that plant goes down. CC strike back as they'll tie it up. And Radiant, again, stop in their tracks with the momentum that they could have had to take on to the next round. Let's see how this will play out. This game heated up a lot more than I had expected after seeing those first couple of rounds. This team now looking like a shell of their former selves. They're hungry and they continue to look like they want to take this home. All dependent if they have enough in the tank to run this up and win this out within regulation. Are these guys going to keep going back to back? First interaction was soon to be between Icy, the player that wants to approach in from shooting, but both SAS operators lurk outside and around Armory Medical to try to find an inkling of pressure that could potentially force an attacker to make the wrong decision, leading to their death. I mean, it burned off the clock here and still kind of quiet while CC does their prelim takes. Single player waiting in missile, but this mirror could be the winning grace, as it has a good amount of denial behind it, but it is susceptible to all forms of pressure as if stock is lost. You have a direct cross to the room adjacent to get rid of the player who occupies it. Icy taking heavy amounts of damage as you really want to take Warehouse back, but no bueno. Shotgun in the close range. Abolish will hear that, create distance between the player. Could bait out a swing. Time not in the favor of the attackers, but not before Vizsla hits a beautiful, beautiful cross to get rid of that player. Now Abolish just dancing. This player's mechanics are next to unreal. It's not a player you want to play against. He'll one-tap the first, but instantly refragged out. Stunt, took a bullet for his teammate, and he'll pay it back. But we're all tied up. Now, there's still so much to do. This CCSG, even one bullet is enough to put a player in critical condition, but utility continuing to be wasted out. Just below a minute left, and Vizsla sitting close in the corner trying to do something. confused on what that was possibly. But Yuri here to save his team. And Comb continuing to take advantage of the utility the defenders place down themselves. Now Clix wants to deny this plant. And can do so. But gives up his identity too quickly because he thinks it's the plant going down. But the IO scanner gives that away regardless whether it's on the ground by a former player or if it's in the possession in the process of being put down. Has one opportunity, it's to quick drop a hatch or rotate over to warehouse or filtration. One of which is currently being denied by the Flames from the past Goyo. Will decide to hit the hatch, but with that mirror going against, there's still so much left to do. Not really a lot of time to do it in. You'll have to start to worry when it comes to the 10-second marker because it takes 7 seconds to counter defuse. That's 10 seconds until you get to that point, Clix, and you're just searching for players who are playing a game of keep away, positioned so far away from each other where it becomes more disastrous to have to go out and pick them up individually. Audio cue from the player hopping in from filtration confirmed your doom. CC now starting to put themselves back into gear as they're one shy off of that match point, and they're starting to get aggressive. Genuinely a confusing game that continues to really pay back in an interesting manner from what we see as both of these teams continue to go back and forth. But ultimately, it's probably going to end out in just one way. Radiant, you need to win this round, otherwise the pacing from CC is just now going to be solidified and it'll go everything but in your favor. It's not really what these players want to hear, especially after working so hard to close down the gap. But still, it considers to be a big issue as it begins to crumble at the seams bit by bit. All quiet on the western front. Yuri makes me eat my words as Stunt is taken off the board. Quite interesting on how that'll play out for them, as there's still so much left to clear out and not really a lot of time to do it in. First C4 goes wide, and it'll take a good amount of health off of Yuri, and Comb will fall in the meantime. Beautiful opener. But you've lost one of your win cons already, Warden. Essential to seeing through the smokes and the flashes that this attacking team has in their pockets. Ready to go. Question is, what will you do about it? 90 seconds remain, and again, just so much left to do for this team, and they've yet to find themselves in an area where they can say they're safe. All of the players look to be very careful, stay confident in the main ideas of their play. They put faith into it, and let's see if that'll pay off. Toxic Babe is going to herd Yuri back into the crosshairs of JS, fully capitalized. Hasn't been finding first picks, but it's more than enough. Crypto taking full advantage of the picks and clacks of the player that hits every single track stingers as they go for a little bit of a flank. 35 seconds left, and not having your Solus above makes it a little bit harder to deal with, but having JS in the corner, that'll pay off. The plant needs to go down. Otherwise, this team needs to take care of some win cons, but no bueno. Radiant are starting to strike back here. Comms are being given out. Vizsla will prevail on the first now, knowing exactly where one player is. And it looks like they'll be playing a game of keep away. Not really anywhere to plant and be safe. Every place is soft on this site, meaning these players are going to have to close the distance. Click's trying to wallbang, but JS will drop the hatch, get the read on it. The easy kill. As now, CC are all tied up, and regardless of who wins this, we go to max regulation and match point. Wow, I mean, Clicks, who is also the coach, calls the timeout. Could mean there's something to worry about here for CASTAWAY CC, as this site will be either a upstairs hold or a basement hold, as they lost one and won the other. I'm quite interested to see how they'll play this out. We'll head on upstairs, where finally the clash makes an appearance. All those rounds ago, all those weeks ago where we got to watch this in action for the first time. I'm excited to see what they'll do this time. Hopefully OPM Radiant have enough to put one to clean this up and win it in regulation to push us to Fortress. Quite excited to see what they'll do. JS now hasn't found a first pick in a couple of rounds, but guess what? He's sitting at 15-6. Looks to continue to be an absolute pivotal asset to his team. Continue to force these mistakes. And this round is won out. It's a beautiful call for the timeout, but essential for them to continue to apply this pressure. Otherwise, it could mean lights out for Radiant if they can't win these next two rounds. We know the clash is existent, but Abolish gets rid of the clash so early into the round. They approach 90 seconds. They have all of this free time. With a man up and such an annoying barricade to have to deal with throughout the round, that clash can actively deter enemies from pitching into very annoying areas of the map. Meaning there's so much to do, and more than comfortable to be able to do that. And it looks like Crypto's also read into the fact that they love aggression. And this player who looks to flank will be met with an easy shot. It's too easy. And Crypto has his confidence backed up. The players who sit on front desk as well are having a horrible time. Stunt will get rid of Cone, but it won't last long as Freeway's there to save his teammate's life. One is down on the ground for both teams as Clicks is in the lion's den. All the attackers grouped up, waiting for this player to aggress. A beautiful flick. Gets rid of the player, but is out of Toxic Babes. Player, teammate, about to expire, will decide to pick him up over than actively denying the plant. Could mean a definitive mistake that could dictate the end of this round, as they all take positions that are close to impossible to connect. Now Vizsla gets rid of the first and Abolish hits the mark on the second. Let's talk about that flick from Freeway and from Clicks. Two players that continue to impress, but CC regardless advance on to the match point, and it could mean lights out here. Not what we expected. I'm gonna handle this real quick. Had to ensure that these players didn't want to replay the round as my keyboard decided to die while I was trying to call a timeout. Clash being brought yet again. Same site, identical roster picks, but this time instead of a Melusi, you'll have the Vigil. I think it was a Legion. Now we'll have a Mozzie, so a lot more heavier roaming, and that could be an asset or a liability depending on how aggressive Crypto decides to play this out, because he was crucial to his team. With Mute's most recent buff, you can pretty sure not be able to open it up on the corners of the breach like you used to be able to. But with Buck that likes to go below, I'm not surprised if he'll be able to find a critical angle to get this breach opened up here, but has to be stepping on eggshells as Castaway CC were given a beautiful olive branch extended by not having a roamer to deal with. Now they have two. No operators that directly seem to be a fact. Where is this guy's headset? Get me a pair! As JS loses the gunfight. Crypto stopping, I assume, to type. Out of everything he could have said, it is that. Beautiful first pick, almost is able to find the second, but stuck in the vault prompted stunt. Gets rid of Comb in the meantime, putting Radiant in the lead via bodies, but they don't have the display rotate, meaning they cannot hook any piece of utility at range. If this main breach is opened up, there's going to be a problem in getting direct counters to the utility. Now Vizsla continues to look to try to deter this clash so the breach can be opened up freely, but there's a player below who continues to oppose it directly. Vizsla has a tall order ahead of him. He just needs to make sure that he does not fall, because if he does, that's a hard breach is gone for the remainder of the round. Clash putting in a shift, not falling this early on. Trying to go mobile with the shield. 2 explosives left here, so if you can bait her into placing it down, it's going to be quite easy. Guys, he's been shooting from below the entire round. At what point do we realize that it still is going to be a direct issue? A 1v1 situation, isolated top 90, but there's still 3 more defenders in the case left in the Badlands. Overtime it is, as this is Radiant's lifeline to win this map out and push us to a 3rd map and take us all the way. Bans remain the same exact. Hopefully CC can wake up and Radiant can keep down their path of destruction and countering. Otherwise, this is going to be the clear-cut game that sends us to all 3 maps. But Radiant always are stopped via the amount of pressure that they're to build. If it's in a negative manner, they just cannot find joy. And hopefully that's not the determining factor of this matchup. Now, the first appearance of a shield that we've seen from CC in a while. Meaning this becomes a lot more intriguing on how this will play out for either side. How will Radiant respond to the pressure, because they've been exceptional on this site, but Abolish has had a legacy round. Just doing Abolish things, walking into site with his friend Omizi and getting the job done. And then the following round, where they held the same site, Radiant played a beautiful game of push-pull, forced the mistakes out of CC. Now you factor in the Chaos Agent being your spear entry on the Blackbeard. This round shapes up to be one of the most intriguing of this entire game. Looks like 5 operators all occupied the first floor, meaning a rush could be in attack here. They don't have the Solus, meaning this becomes a lot more difficult. Oh no! It goes from bad to worse as Combe tries to stick the plant, is shot by the Solus. Guys, what was the idea here? We know how heavily they hold the site down from above. This is the only site you don't want to rush plant, because players are not equipped with enough utility to get the job done. Vizsla TK's his teammate and is instantly met with a shot to the face to pay for his crimes. A 4v1 as things go again from bad to worse. Stunt just rubs salt all over, and as now overtime match point comes into Radiant's possession. It could mean the end of CC's reign of terror. Could be a shifting point that pushes us into 3rd map. Quite interesting on how this might play out. Calm, cool, collected on the side of Radiant, and they look to continue to apply this pressure. This could be disastrous for CC if they give away the lead and the map, because they won't have the momentum in their favor. And that puts them at a negative on all over. CC are allowed to defend on the saving grace round that they need to ensure 7-all. Otherwise, Layer is done and dusted. And Radiant become a shell of their former selves. They'll be heated up. They'll be excited as they get to continue to stomp through their proving grounds. Could be quite a interesting approach to how this will play out. Quite curious as to what the idea here is. Looks like it'll be similar to what Crypto did, which is bottom to top verticality, but this time it'll be accompanied by a Nomad, so there's no heavy presence of roamers. Was that one bullet from a shotgun that did that much damage? Look at Clicks. He's barely clinging on, but he'll floorbang Crypto. Oh God, CC. It continues to just topple against you. Not what you want to see. First air jab triggered, but not the pick that you expected, as Vizsla's the next one to be taken out. Two-man advantage, and they haven't even approached the site yet. No hard breaches on the board, which means they have to funnel in through focal points, being windows and doors. Need to work their way up the stairs as well. It's quite easy to isolate. The utility continues to be starved out second by second. This C4 is the saving grace of the team because it can alleviate the pressure from two individual operators. Push the backside and try to turn display into a choke point. Minute left on the clock. They continue to just push-pull these defenders. They continue to bait out the pressure and force a mistake from somebody. The Candelas come into action. Soul getting closer and closer to the site, using the sound as a mask. Players continue to lose health, and an interesting interaction outside as the Candelas continue to activate. Icy gets rid of Freeway, a 5v2. Could this be Fortress? You need to get rid of Blitz. You're starting to spray, but nothing comes out of your weapon that can take down a player. Clicks TK stunt, but the plant still goes down regardless. Six-man plant C4 comes loose. Nothing to get the job done. Buck continues to apply the choke point from below, meaning nobody can cross without having to deal him. Could this mean map 3? Radiant, have you possibly done it? The answer is a trade that pushes us to Fortress. Not what you would expect after such a dominant performance on the first map and through the first half of this game. Map 3 takes us to Fortress, where sides will be pending, and Radiant have the idea of what they want to do. Can they put it on paper? I mean, these players are hungry, and so am I. I'm not gonna do anything crazy. I'm gonna keep it short and concise so we can get these players set up faster, get the third map rolling. We'll be back after a swift break. Don't go anywhere, and make sure to leave a follow if you are enjoying.
Made it more high. Sudden more highs. Sudden more highs. Gravitation won't is all in my head. I could leave it, have it on you, and I know it. Stay with you. I could leave it, have it on you, and I know it. Stay place. I just wanted to, I can feel it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you, and I can feel it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you.
A large task ahead for both teams. I mean, map 3 it is. Not what we expected, but a turn of events. One very one-sided first map. Second got a lot closer as we finished 8-6 in OT. Fortress is the game based off pre-game stats and the polls. It'll be 50-50 down the middle while this team gets into the game. Set up. We'll fixate them into the lobby. And then the game will be underway.
Made it no high. Sudden no highs. Sudden no highs. Got the faces, is one in my head. I could feel it. Have it on you, and I know it. Stay case with you. I could feel it. Have it on you, and I know it. Stay place with you. I know you. Told me what I'm thinking sometimes. I know you. Someone least invaded in mine. It feels so right. I wanna wait. I don't know if I can be, but something's coming on my way. I just wanted to, I can feel it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you, and I can feel it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you.
Fortress it is. The decider of deciders. 3 maps have taken us to this point. A little interesting on how we got here, but at the end of the day, we're here. There is a large task at hand here for these teams to get into the final game, the qualifiers to get into the quarterfinals. This is round 1 of the playoffs on the SSL League. Quite interesting to see how this plays out. I'm very intrigued to see how this will kind of layer into the narratives. But I mean, I wasn't expecting a map 3 on this series after seeing Nighthaven, but it really looks like Radiant woke up with their coach playing, and now they'll sub in their main roster and quite interesting to see how this will play out.
I could be there. Had it on you. And I know it. Still
Endurance being the main factor of this game, as we have been here for nearly 3 hours, and I could really go for a Diet Coke right now. Just love me some yummy aspartame, but it'll have to wait, as there's so much left for these teams to prove in such a short span of time. I'm very excited to see how these teams, plural, will get the job done. Snap it to action. Mira, Clash not going to be viable options for CC, and I'd imagine it'd be the same when the sides flip here, as Radiant started to wake up when they brought that Clash, and it's almost like I said it was going to happen. The second they bring shields on defense, they're going to be a rejuvenated team. They started to wake up. Had some troubles with the separate incidents of individual hero brilliance, I'd like to say, from players like Crypto and Abolish, where they were able to win their own 1vx's. But on a map like Fortress, there's so many unknowns and so many factors that could prove to be difficult against them that it really just is a testament on who can apply more pressure in a short span of time. A little bit of an interesting hold in Museum. You never really see a Kiba stick out like this, because it'll get real wild if a player takes Museum and then applies the pressure. Quite curious to see how that'll actually play out, and Bizla doesn't even get to utilize. Things will just spring into action. Chaos amounts. But it'll end with a player on the ground for CC and one for stun. But he will get picked up. Can't say the same as Yuri just springs into action. Denies the plant. C4 lands on the front doorstep of Museum. No connection, but JS, Fragmite, walks through. And is soon to finish off Sazami to make this a 1v3 situation. As you know, you have her dead to rights, but not if Abolish has something to say about it. JS finally closes the round out. Triple kill for him. A beautiful round to get the job done here. OPM Radiant go for a play of chaos, and it'll amount to success. See how this will play out for them. A first round that gets even more interesting as it goes on. Finally, we see some Denari action. If you didn't know, Denari is a wicked operator for this map, establishes so much pressure. Azami will be rid of, although could be used in briefing, but not for this occasion. And no cross holes into bedroom means all of the pressure will build up to a point onto the main breach on front desk. Could become a problem here for CC, depending on the amount of response to pressure that they'll see. And Abolish reinforcing the left and instead of the right side. I wonder if that was intentional. Somebody waltzes in from courtyard. They'll have a deep cross all throughout the site and catch whoever sits in sight or site adjacent. Right now, all that matters is you guys grab up around and ensure that the chaos does not oppose you in any way, shape, or form. Otherwise, one-sided occasions are not what you want to see, especially on a map like Fortress. Now Cams give away the location of the first player known. Abolish, knowing how aggressive he is always going to itch towards giving his team the upper hand, whether it be passiveness or swing as hard as you can. Open those picks on, but Twitch rid of a good amount of the Denaris, but two of the Prisms still intact to create a spider web of entrance. First gas pipe burned out to ensure safe passage for Soul Truth, but larger task at hand is getting the breach open and then establishing the cross points. Seems to do so. Biggest issue now, though, is after this breach is opened up, the cross that you can have to deny any player that sits on the rotate will no longer be there because the Abolish gave it up. But that also means getting in behind work boxes becomes a lot harder. Now, Util starts to become a lot more scarce for these defenders. This time, slowly but surely, continues to tick down for them. 70 seconds remain. A minute left on the clock. And things are still quiet as the second Electric Claw denies the breach temporarily, but it'll be floor banged. And now JS opens the breach up. And we know how they did it in a blitz of pressure last time. They just cannot let a player sit close and occupy an easy denial of a plant. Things get closer and closer to a breaking point. Half a minute left. As Soul Truth carries the case, but also has the idea to lurk. Will pinch the players of Museum, but they're unaware that there's a player waltzing in on the flank. Yuri swings to save the day. A sea of orange occupies the kill feed, including a team kill. Kit forced loose. Three-way swing. Yuri countered, leaving one player to back out to the breach or sit in a corner. Front desk. He'll be your receptionist and your executioner. A 2-1 as CC tie things up. And Radiant need to go back to the drawing board because they need to keep this stuff close. Third and final bans come through soon and will change the pacing for the remainder of the defensive campaign for CC. But we know they're a team that thrive off of pressure and real estate. And if they don't have those things in pressure, then Radiant will strike like they did on Lair and take it in a fell swoop of an eye. One timeout across 3 maps have been called. I'm pretty sure it was used as a bathroom break, which kind of makes it even funnier. So many different ways to play this map. I'm always curious to see how teams like to innovate. Right now, it's just a little too easy for Radiant to create pressure. But the rounds where they're not playing for a fast plant, they kind of stall around the 90-second mark, and that always creates a kind of vacuum where they're unable to function until one player either opens it up or does the task to clear things out. All quiet on the western front while either team, one decides where the push is coming in from, and the other will decide how to counter it. Vizsla tricking perfectly, but stands up at the wrong time. enough. Hamemroof just gets his head shot out and grabs the cameras to rub salt in the wound. That'll give away any operators that are lurking and are in the vicinity of a default camera. Breach on the second attempt will be opened up here. Still so much left to do in a short amount of time. Question is, can CC hold on to this lead, or are Radiant just going to do the same thing that they do always? Sit close in the corner and wait. Tied game right now. CC lost the lead once already. They lost it on the previous map, but they had that shine on Nighthaven that made them look like superstars, and we know what they're capable of. Just got to wait for the right players to activate. Now you're taking quite a bit of damage. One from the Jago payload detonating, and the second from the residuals from the fire, but the ultimate kill shot will be from the Dokkaebi herself on the DMR. And the remaining calls will continue to ring out, one for each player standing, or it can be used to continue to spam the players that still sit within the site. A cooldown for the operator you targeted. If they reset your phone, you'll have to look for somebody else to target, and it will be the Jaeger next. Breach is being opened up, confining these operators to different areas of the map. Lots left to do, a minute left on the clock, and yet we don't see ourselves in a situation where these players are able to find themselves in positions of joy unless they can rid of the pressure that sits on top main. As of now, not an answer. Icy having health shot out and just shaved off, but still there's a four-way pinch. And the Thermite will also rotate around to try to get that defuse down in default. But your Jaeger that occupies bunks will be the main point. Abolish opens it up and gets rid of Stunt, but not before instantly getting refragged out. Omizi instantly trades out and rids of the plant. C4 going loose, does not connect on anyone's front doorstep. Oh, you need a miracle here, Comb. So much that you have to do, and the plant's gone down, so now you have a timer on the amount that you can get this clutch going. 35 seconds left. The player waiting outside the breach knows how the map works. They know where the crosses are. Radiant strike back with a round of their own, reestablishing the lead. And CC playing a game of catch-up on Fortress. Through the earlier stages, it's so one-sided, and it's evident in the playstyles. Castaway CC, we know what they can do, but it needs to be better. It needs to be concise if they want to be able to tie it up and then strike to take the lead, especially on the defensive Fortress. You cannot afford to be on the negative side of things after you switch. Head on to the same site. And this could mean life or death for the team that fights down from the negatives. Night and day difference from the playstyle that we saw in the first map where they were confident, where you saw Crypto in the all chat 24/7. Maybe that's what's missing. Maybe the mental factor that's not talked enough about in Siege needs to be utilized by CC. When this team is firing on all fronts, they are very, very competitive. Right now, just absent on all fronts. First pick goes to Stunt, who gets rid of the spawn peeker, who almost took care of the hard breacher. Now Breach will temporarily be denied. This Cade is in a Badlands away. So you only have the Zoto canisters to use. You cannot to borrow in K-Trick. Just have to hope that this time remains enough for you to create pressure and possibly create mistakes on the side of OPM Radiant. However, I don't think that'll be the case, especially with how composed this team has been. Because now they have the full confidence of playing with the regular 5 that they have. They played the first 2 maps with their coach standing in. By now, soccer, will sub in. I like to call that football. And has been just paying dividends on that sub. Has been providing kills, assists, everything above. Clix was more of a sporadic player who activated when needed. But it's evident this team meshes together when Clix is under the coaching position and the rest of the team just has the position to do their fundamentals and get on their fixed roll. Everyone knows what they need to do. They'll do the same exact thing they did previously. Establish as many choke points as you can, confine everybody to the site. Maybe a roamer is what these players needed. But ever since Crypto fell, it became impossible to get more aggressive outside of sight. Last exothermic will be used onto the wall that looks into Breach. And a beautiful Aura. What's this? I haven't seen this before. You've now isolated all of the players into 2 sites. Bicarb, you can just, wow, I mean, look at the crosses they've been able to establish. You put each and every defender into a separate compartment and allow them to go for the plant. Your smoke is your last hope, and guess what? He's off the board. A 5v2. They think the plant's going down in a separate place. Hello, Cole? Buddy, it's in the complete opposite side. He'll get rid of the cross exterior to the Breach, but everything else is lost, and he'll swing into 4 guns fixated on his head. What is that? New tech being showed off. Although I'm sure it's common. It's my first time seeing it. And Castaway CC are just as surprised as me as that default plank goes down with no opposition. Abolished, the only one who seemed like he knew what was going on in that moment. 3-1 established by OPM Radiant. And could this be another upset? The socials, the predictions, and the polls ran within the server all had CC winning. And now they struggle to find the rounds that could be vital to winning this out. Two more rounds to prove themselves. At this point in time, they can finish this game at level and do as much damage control as they want. But if not, this scoreline can get as bad as to 5-1, 6-0. That's not what you want to see, especially in your last map. There's no lower bracket. There's just this one, and that's all that you can work with. Curious as to see if CC will call a timeout. Now, shields is the biggest thing that I can say has changed for this team. Radiant had played up close to 30 rounds in the last 2 maps on shields, always relying on them to establish certain points of pressure. But look at them now. Rarely shields in sight, and they soar. They continue to apply pressure throughout each and every single round. And CC have yet to find a response to that. The players that you regularly see heat up are gone. Crypto, the second round, he's been first picked. Abolish cannot find anything. Even doubt right now, but that's not the win factor you expect from this man. He is more than equipped to be dropping double digits on the daily, but just not seeing Comb winning out the gunfight all the way over into bunks. And has the cover of briefing, but knows where the idea of the push is, so decides to peel off after getting his ones. And forcing these players to come directly deal with the breach head on. Something about this breach, though, is you can use collateral damage from the soft wall adjacent to it to open up a little corner of it to maybe find the electric claw that sits close. Now time, again, scarce for OPM Radiant. But they've gotten rid of Toxic Babes, which means they have more post-execute time to work with, making this a lot more feasible to target one operator and try to tip the scales back into their favor. Now the exothermic goes down directly. C4 comes loose. It'll take care of half the health from JS, but it won't take him out, and the breach will get opened up here. Attackers taking full advantage of that. And time will be the biggest issue right now for Radiant to get an execute going. We know they have the issue with stalling, although hasn't been present since their sub came in for map 3. But usually a flurry of kills always presents itself from admin and could be the difference maker of this round. There's half a minute left. The first Ella Grismont is going to disorient Stuntwork. He tries to go for the execute, but Sol and JS strike into action, opening up all of Museum, and Soccer gets rid of the flank, leaving just Comb in the site to deny the plant or win the ISO, and it doesn't work for any. 4-1. One more and it's damage control for CC. Radiant are having a field day, and I can only imagine the comms in the chat as they fought so hard to be here. CC soared on Nighthaven Labs, and not what's seen at all. What is happening? A comeback for the ages if they can close the gap down. A 4-2 split is where you want to start. But these are all just hypotheticals being thrown in the air. CC's the one to get this done. Not the performance I would have expected after seeing Nighthaven. Castaway CC are more than well equipped to deal with this head on, but it's just not what we're seeing. They need some Xeno shirts to get themselves all primed out, get that ADS on the back and stop grenades as they get thrown at them. Quite interesting to see how this plays. This player is starting to soar higher and higher to different heights. No timeout being called by CC yet. Is there a coach standing in their corner? We know Uno likes to provide insights when needed. Did it in Blitz Quals. Big decision by Abolish to try to get rid of this Blackbeard early on. Almost paid off the investment, but his prisms will be dealt with instead. But Freeway is here to open things up. The new path, new beginnings. As your spear entry will drop. One of the best performing players right now of map 3. Breaches will get opened up. JS and Soul Truth have also been very critical. They continue to show us why they become more and more valuable. And the Super Sub himself looks to continue to prove to be useful. A refrag. Not what you want to see, but Freeway does not want to go home. He dies and itches for Siege, but his teammates cannot stay up. 90 seconds remain, and one operator on the defense, the only positive one, is keeping them in. Just below 90 seconds, Museum has fallen. Briefing, soon to fall as well. These players have such a tall order ahead of them. Time slowly but surely ticks down. And Radiant know there's a clock on their execute. Positions given up on the stairs, meaning Yuri has the upper hand on this gunfight because of how beneficial the Hollow is in close range situations. Guns down the Thermite. Is he aware of the cross? Almost, but the crosshair placement isn't there. Soul Truth, 1 HP. Evades the D4. It just needs to hold on while his teammate walks in. Isolated temporarily. Kaid uses his C4 to temporarily deter this player from swinging out. To reestablish, but it doesn't matter. Soccer, Soul Truth are showing us why Radiant are the truth. Excelling at what they do. 5-1. Who could have imagined that this was the comeback in their hands?
Made it no eyes. Sudden no eyes. Sudden no eyes. Got the faces, all this, all in no eyes. I could leave it, let it on you, and I know it. Sticky spirit, I could leave it, let it on you, and I know it. Sticky spirit.
Not at all what you would expect, especially with this pacing. Now OPM Radiant just continue to clean house this round in and round out. They go nuclear. Question is, what will they do? Especially with all of this pressure continuing to apply. Quite interested to see how this will play out for them. Now, very similar lineups are being ran. It's just the Aruni that is a interesting pick, but again, Freeway's the one who opens this up, a player who's been pivotal for his team. If they can build off this pressure, they'll find a lot of joy. But it is still old days away. You guys have such a tall order ahead of you. 5-1 was the situation that OPM Radiant was in not too long ago on Nighthaven Labs. And they could not rise to the occasion. CanCC managed to pull one out the hat. Now breaches get open with little to no opposition here. But remember, this site kind of plays out like an onion if you can play it correctly. You can build up different areas of the map and then peel it off one by one. It just doesn't help that Abolish is here to open up. First pick. To double down, 2 players fall, making this a 3v5 situation. Time just continues to run down. The closer you are to the closed bridge, the safer you are from the CC that is eventually to arc over. Whoever wins this goes on to play Lilinia, one of the teams who had the best records the SSL group stages where they only lost one game in regulation, and that was because they were down one player for their game, where they were playing a 4v5 and they still were winning a couple of rounds. A very good all-around team, and I'm very curious to see the victor of this series go on to play them. Those are all just hypothetical things thrown out there for now. Double crossing to be held right now. Well, time is slowly but surely starting to run down, and Abolish is starting to wake up. This is the one player you do not want to heat up, because the second you do, you'll find yourself with an F2 in your face in under a second within the map. But oh my god, Radiant are starting to strike back, being down 3 bodies. They've managed to close that deficit down to 1, make it 0. They're all evened out here. And right now, Abolish is the only thing that stands in between this team and finding a 6-1 lead. Soul Truth, redeem yourself. Let us know why you're the truth. So break double digits, put this team on the match point, and eliminate anybody who enters his path. That's a 5v2 win. Everything has been stacked against this team since the beginning. CASTAWAY CC, built with a team of superstars, and not a single one can shine. 6-1 is the scoreline. It begins with a blowout, and will it finish with one? What I wouldn't give up to hear the comms in the server right now for either side. Quite curious to see really how the second upset that we'll see in 2 games is absolutely insane. Six to 1, match point for OPM Radiant. And Soul really is the truth, as he's the only player right now inside the lobby, with Freeway slowly trailing behind to break double digits. Minute burned off the clock, all quiet. Superstar of last round gets the first logic bomb and will respond a second before it'll detonate. Original ideas on what the ideas are to approach the building. They know where they are. Vizsla goes down to 1 HP. Barely alive. And time slowly but surely being ticked down, but the man who went down so low will coincidentally be the one that opens it up and looks to find a second. Will down, but the player runs. That frag is a death sentence as Vizsla from the grave, or soon to be if he doesn't get rezzed, will finish off. Now the C4 gets sent back. A hilarious turn of events. You'll send in a frag, that's fine. Eat this C4 instead. And he'll hold so indeed. A minute left on the clock. This round has flown by, but it's the one that is solely needed for this team to ultimately find joy and success, as this could be one of the biggest upsets within the bracket as of now. Doubt going against Radiant, and they look to continue to prevail. 30 seconds remain. Soul decides to eat the Jago payload to ensure that that gun can stay at the prime for the remainder of this round. Half a minute left. One toxic vape remains. The Heart Breacher not in critical condition makes it a lot harder to deny, and it doesn't help that you're in a 1v4 now. Could this be the beginning of a new end or a prolonged ending to a game whose history is already written? CC strike back to close the deficit down to 4. A long way ahead of them. But if there's some way to start, it's by winning a round out. One round shy of the maps that can prevent themselves to be difficult. You have one more ban, and you can use those to get rid of the operators that you just don't want to deal with. Question is, what is the idea here? Currently being held at gunpoint to say shout out the O. First and last, Nas. You gotta pay for your ad, buddy. A good buddy of SSL, the console scene, and of mine, personally. Nas currently is the owner and founder, if I'm not mistaken, of OPM. To watch your team succeed like this, Happy does not begin to capture the moment, but you need to remain humble, because at the blink of an eye, anything can happen. What is this? I have never seen this before, and I am 100% stealing that for rank. Always love watching competitive because it always, and I mean always, teaches you new things in the scene. Abolish has already touched the ground and will be supported soon by both players soon to be double digits. Time slowly but surely ticking down against this team, as there's so many different avenues that they have to pursue. And they need to clear things out. On the same site, it looks like they're more than well prepared this time to not fall early, to not get shot in the back. Get isolated would be a death sentence here, especially with Soul Truth on a very, very unshallowable angle. I mean, just look at this. Anybody who crosses will surely not be alive to tell the tale. This could be the round that changes everything. Now, here he goes down, the player that's been the lifeline for this team. CC now need to pull through and come through for him, prove themselves. Soul Truth, biggest bane, the existence on CC, still lurks below. Not playing the hatch, but oh no! Vizsla goes down to a prism, and if Soul Truth swings at the right time, could find a double kill for his troubles. They're aware, and Omizi is there to represent when it's needed the most. To make matters worse, Comb will get rid of JS. Not what you want to see. A minute left on the clock, a one-man advantage here for CC. But guess what? Low in the HP department, Abolish and Vizsla will need to tread on eggshells, especially with Volcans, Razor Blooms, and C4s. Half a minute left on the clock. Things slow down, but not for Icy. Gets caught off guard with the siege timing. Could this be the beginning of a comeback? It doesn't look like the Wamai wants it to happen. One more player on the main breach. A little bit of a whiff from stun. It was millimeters away from coming through. But Vizsla is through to safe passage to get rid of the default planter. But stun is here to deny the main plant. Pops it. Easy. Leaving Comb in a 1v2. Forced to get into the building early. Are you serious? Put your hands up, gentlemen. I'll come back for the ages to lose map 1 and strike back 2 back-to-back to secure your spot in the quarterfinals is nothing short of cinema. Not what you expect to see. Castaway CC, friends that are dear to me, played that so well on the first map. They blew out OPM Radiant. And in the middle, there was some turmoil. 8-6 finished in the favor of OPM Radiant. They'll strike back to win it 7-2 in the final map, despite not having round differential or side pick in their favor, making it so they can advance on and go play the number 3 seed in the global standings, being La Linea in the quarterfinals. An absolute amazing game, valiant effort from both teams, and that is now the second upset of the playoffs where we've seen a team strike back from a map down to win it out in the third. I have been Sino, your host, and doing everything behind the desk. Please make sure to either leave a follow or subscribe, or do both if you're feeling generous, and let me know what I can do to personally improve as a caster, as I'm always looking to expand and make these broadcasts better for the viewer experience. Have a great rest of your night. We'll be back maybe for the fourth and final round 1 playoff game tomorrow at 9 p.m. EST, and then we're on to the quarterfinals. Have a great rest of your night, guys, and I hope you enjoyed.
Made it no high. Sunny no highs. Sunny no highs. Got the patience, won't be so wanting no highs. I could leave it, have it on you, and I know it. Still can't spare you. I could leave it, have it on you, and I know it. Still place with you. I know you. Don't wanna wait or sometimes. I know you. Someone leaves them baby in mine. It feels so right. I wanna wait. I don't know if I can be, but something's coming. You're not my way. I just wanted to. I can tell it. Every one you. And I know it. Stay place with you. And I can give it. Every one you. And I know it. Stay place with you. Made it no highs. Sunny no highs. Sunny no highs. Got the patience, won't be so Made it no eyes. Sunny no eyes. Sunny no eyes. Got this patience, won't is all in no eyes. I could live it, let it on you, and I know it. Still case with you. I could live it, let it on you, and I know it. Still place with you. I know you. Doing what I'm made of sometimes. I know you. Someone least invaded in mine. It feels so right. I wanna wait. I don't know if I can be, but something's going on my way. I just wanted to. I can feel it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you, and I can feel it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you. Made it no eyes. Sunny no eyes. Sunny no eyes. Made it no high. Setting no highs. Setting no highs. Got it, they should want this. Maybe more eyes. Something more eyes. Something more eyes. Calculations, focus on wanting more eyes. I could leave it, have it on you, and I know it. Still case with you. I could leave it, have it on you, and I know it. Still place with you. I know you. Told me what I'm waiting sometimes. I know you. Someone least invaded in mine. It feels so right. I wanna wait. I don't know if I can be, but something's coming my way. I just wanted to. I can feel it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you, and I can feel it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you. Maybe more eyes. Something more eyes. Something more eyes. Made it no eyes. Serving no eyes. Serving no eyes. Got the patience, won't is a warning no eyes. I could leave it, let it on you, and I know it. Stay case with you. I could leave it, let it on you, and I know it. Stay place with you. I know you. Doing what I'm made of sometimes. I know you. Someone least invaded in mine. It feels so right. I wanna wait. I don't know if I can be, but something's coming on my way. I just wanted to. I can tell it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you, and I can give it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you. Made it no eyes. Serving no eyes. Made in no high. Serving no highs. Serving no highs. Got the places, won't be someone in no highs. I could be the daddy on you, and I know it. Stay case with you. I could be the daddy on you, and I know it. Stay place with you. I know you. Told me what I'm made of sometimes. I know you. Someone least invaded in mine. It feels so right. I wanna wait. I don't know if I can be, but something's coming on my way. I just wanted to. I can feel it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you, and I can feel it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you. Made in no highs. Serving no highs. Serving no highs. Made in no eyes. Sun in no eyes. Sun in no eyes. Gravitation won't is a one in no eyes. I could leave it, let it on you, and I know it. Still case with you. I could leave it, let it on you, and I know it. Still place with you. I know you. Don't we wanna wait or sometimes? I know you. Someone least invaded in mine. It feels so right. I wanna wait. I don't know if I can be, but something's coming on my way. I just wanted to, I can tell it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you, and I can live it. Maybe more eyes. Surely more eyes. Surely more eyes. Got you, they should always want in more eyes. I could leave it, let it on you, and I know it. Stay case with you. I could leave it, let it on you, and I know it. Stay place with you. I know you. Told me what I'm made of sometimes. I know you. Someone least and baby in mine. It feels so right. I wanna wait. I don't know if I can be, but something's coming on my way. I just wanted to. I can feel it. Every want you, and I know it. Stay place with you, and I can feel it. Every want you, and I know it. Stay place with you. Maybe more eyes. Surely more eyes. Surely more eyes. Got you, they should always want in more eyes. I could leave it, let it on you, and I know it. Stay case with you. I could leave it, let it on you, and I know it. Stay place with you. Made in no eyes. Said in no eyes. Said in no eyes. Got you, they shift all is all in no eyes. I could leave it, have it on you, and I know it. Staircase with you. I could leave it, have it on you, and I know it. Stay place with you. I know you. Told me what I'm made of sometimes. I know you. Someone least embedded in mine. It feels so right. I wanna wait. I don't know if I can be, but something's coming on my way. I just wanted to. I can feel it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you, and I can live it. Made in no eyes. Sun in no eyes. Sun in no eyes. Got the patience, hope is one in no eyes. I could leave it, have it on you, and I know it. Sticky case with you. I could leave it, have it on you, and I know it. Sticky place with you. I know you. Told me what I'm made of sometimes. I know you. Someone least invaded in mine. It feels so right. I wanna wait. I don't know if I can be, but something's coming my way. I just wanted to. I can feel it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you, and I can feel it. Everyone you, and I know it. Stay place with you. Made in no eyes. Sun in no eyes. Sun in no eyes. ain't dead.